They're racing. Tough beginning for Keen Response. And the bookender, Minnesota Red, comes out fast, looking to get in the black. And Minnesota Red at 3-1 with Lindsay has opened up a length. Slightly Crafty at 8-1 in second. And after that, we have Option, just 3 lengths from the lead. Grunder is behind that, and Grundy is about 5 lengths from the lead. To the outside of Bon Dieu. Inside of them is Swamp Drainer, beginning to advance, 5 out of it. Then it's about 3-4 lengths back to Mongolian Bonus. That one is racing to the inside of Peripatetic, and they're about 9-10 lengths from the lead. The one in last is Keen Response, and the one in first is Minnesota Red, tugging them along coyly. Slightly Crafty at 0-for-41 right alongside. 3 wide of that trio is Bon Dieu, and Bon Dieu 12-1 going for a mid-race move. Then it's Option being scrubbed on a bit with 3.5 to go to the inside of Swamp Drainer. Outside of them, Peripatetics making a wide move. Then we come back to Grunder being shoved on. Keen Response out of last, and in last is Mongolian Bonus. And now they all cut as they approach the top of the stretch. Minnesota Red and Lindsay trying to take them wire to wire, looking good. Minnesota Red just put 3 on Slightly Crafty. Slightly Crafty in second. After that, we have Option. Then on the outside is Bon Dieu and Swamp Drainer chasing Minnesota Red. And Minnesota Red, powerhouse is clear by 5. Minnesota Red and Chad Lindsay are gone. Second goes to Option, and a photo for the show. And they're racing. Hightail Cowboy hightails it out of the gate at 9-5. Hypnotic Rhythm also shows speed with direct action to the outside. And as they corner, Hightail Cowboy and Rye Eccleberry boot clear by 2. Direct action now claims second to the outside of Hypnotic Rhythm. Then we come to Courageous Timmy, and Timmy's about 3 lengths from the lead. Then it's 5 back to Magic Revolution, and the one in last is Nacho S. Around the corner they go, and Hightail Cowboy slows down on the lead and has company. Direct action rider has the black helmet cover between them. Hypnotic Rhythm, a length and a half behind Hypnotic Rhythm is Courageous Timmy. Then we come to Magic Revolution, now 7 lengths from the front, and still nothing from Nacho S, and they have a half mile to go, and 5 and 6 slug it out. It is Hightail Cowboy to the inside of Direct Action. Hypnotic Rhythm on the prowl to the inside. Hypnotic Rhythm waiting for a way through. After that, it is Courageous Timmy. Magic Revolution's coming with a run at 12-1. Magic Revolution on the move, and nothing from Nacho S as they come spinning out of the turn. Hightail Cowboy kicks away by 2. Hypnotic Rhythm is to the outside of Magic Revolution, waiting for a seam on the inside. Hightail Cowboy shaken apart by Eccleberry. Magic Revolution at a big price to the inside. Hypnotic Rhythm at 6-5 to the outside. That's it for Hightail Cowboy. He has been lassoed in by Hypnotic Rhythm, who takes the lead and runs away. Hypnotic Rhythm will win it by right around 1, make it a half. Hightail Cowboy, Magic Revolution ran third. And they're racing. Coin. Aiken to Be won the start from the wide side. Miss Aggie Bling shows really good speed. Likewise for Southern Venture, and Southern Venture is pressuring the lead. Baby Be Mary watches it from 3 lengths out of it. Then we come to She's Not to Blame. The white horse's Silver Coin. After that, Aiken to Be outbroke the field, but now is 6 out of it. Lovin' Bullies, that 10-year-old mare, the gray, advancing to the inside about 7 lengths from the lead. Then it's Visual Magic to the outside of Hey Hey. Grand Slam Home Run is last, and up top, leading the way, it is Miss Aggie Bling, and Miss Aggie Bling at 3-1 cuts clear by 5. Silver Coin is next. On the outside, Visual Magic finishing sweetly. Not today for Baby Be Mary. Aiken to Be is resurgent, but nobody's beating Miss Aggie Bling. Miss Aggie Bling prevails 3-9-10 in race 7. Last in, and they're racing. Texas Longbow from the 7th spot came out quickly, and so did One Son of a Chief. And next to that one is Hi Ho Cheerio. Candy Cove also good to go, and the Minnesotan takes the lead with 5/8 to travel. After that, we have May We All chasing the fellow Minnesotan from 6 out of it to the outside of Perfect Wager. Then it's Release the Beast, 7 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they travel as they swing into the far turn, and Candy Cove battles it out with Texas Longbow. Then we come back to One Son of a Chief. Hi Ho Cheerio taking 3rd on the move. After that, Perfect Wager, May We All about 7 out of it, and then last is Release the Beast. Texas Longbow edges away from Candy Cove. The lead is ahead, and Candy Cove sweet again, resurgent, and puts the nose back in front. One Son of a Chief, rider is the yellow helmet cover behind them. Hi Ho Cheerio on the 4 wide side, and May We All is behind them. It is Candy Cove, Texas Longbow, Hi Ho Cheerio at 8-5, and between them One Son of a Chief. Hi Ho Cheerio from One Son of a Chief. Hi Ho Cheerio prevails. Here they come. And Daigle. They're off squarely in race number 9, and winning the start is a Rose and Wine, being shoved on to get the lead, and she responds. Star of the North, the speedy Star of the North, sticks to her to the inside. Lady Gold Start trying to win 4 in a row. She's 4-5 in favored. She's sequestered to the inside of Elstown. Harking is outside of them, and a part of my charm is tailed off to last, but only 5 lengths from the lead. Star of the North at 8-1 has taken the lead. A Rose and Wine right outside of her. Lady Gold Start is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Harking's making a sharp move to the outside, and between them is Elstown. The leader is a Rose and Wine, and Lady Gold Start gets out in the clear, trying to run down that 4 at 5-1. A Rose and Wine in full bloom has prevailed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf.
The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
If you'll get your programs open, we'll go over the changes on today's card, starting in race number 1. In race 1, we scratch number 3, Owen's Pleasure. Race 1, scratch 3. With that scratch, there will be no superfecta wagering. Race 1, take out the 3, no super. Races 2, 3, 4, and 5 all offer no changes. We jump forward now to race number 6. Scratch the 3, Noel's Angel, and the 8, a little bit Alexis. Race 6, scratch 3 and 8. Moving forward to race number 7, where we scratch number 2, Mr. Navigator. Race 7, scratch 2. Races 8 and 9 are free and clear. No changes in the 8th or 9th. The final change will be in race number 10, and just a jockey change in the 10th. Make the jockey Kelsey Haar on number 1, Flinging Paint. Kelsey Haar rides the 1 in race 10. Up next, it's time. Take a look at what's going on at Canterbury Park and handicap some of the big races. It's Today at the Races with Jeff Madej and Angela Herman coming your way next.
Full Wednesday evening in Shakopee, Minnesota. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman, our resident handicapper. We're going to take a look at a couple of things tonight, let you know what's in store. Pick 4s, pick 5s, a couple of scratches. We're fast and firm. A lot of action tonight. We're going to take a look at a little video. We're going to look at some standings. It came off a great week last week, I thought, Ange, with some really super competitive racing. So competitive, in fact, we had double clown noses on Sunday. That's a racing rarity, the double clown nose. Clown nose, folks, is when one of your public handicappers gets the goose egg, and we had 2 of them. I believe it might have been Jay and Paul. I think were the clown noses.
Yes, I believe there was a lot of this going on down in the winner's circle from Paul. Yeah, I know. The clown nose is something that I don't get into. An oracle. It wasn't Jay, it was oracle.
Oh, sorry, Jay.
Yeah,
Jay,
poor Jay.
Yeah. Well,
gosh,
it's a
sorry
tight,
about that.
Yeah,
don't put down your Star Tribune. Pick it back up. Jay did not get a clown nose on Sunday. If you want to leave the oracle in the dust, well, I guess that's at your own risk.
The key, though, is how last time Paul had a clown nose, he came back the next day, and that would be tonight. He came back the next day with, I think 5 out of 10 winners. Yeah. So keep an eye on Paul. He knows the pressure is on. And I think in general, I mean, you had a great week last week picking horses. I think it is cyclical, and sometimes you're in the zone and when you're seeing things. And I think if you're going to follow a handicapper, you've got to follow that as well, because there's days when things just aren't working out. You're not seeing it clearly. There's days when you do. So those of you that just look at certain handicappers and see and just play them in the blind, be aware of how they're doing throughout. I think that can be key if that's your style. I don't do it, but sometimes
you're just always on the watch for the nose. Doesn't matter.
But if a handicapper that's hot says I like this horse and I don't have it in my pick 4, pick 5, I'm going to reassess my play and maybe add it in there. So there's pride, and then there's also being reasonable and sensible, and you got to follow those kind of things. Just like the hot jockey and the hot trainer, there's the hot handicapper.
That's fair. Yeah, and as the season goes on, we get a grip for more what specialties are of some of the new faces that we see up here, whether it be jockeys, whether it be trainers. You get a feel for what they've brought to the table as far as their stables, because they can put better numbers up if they've come from somewhere where they've never been here before. You might not know what kind of horse to bring up to Canterbury. If you bring up some closers or you bring up horses that like an off track, the summer has not necessarily been for them, but sometimes it takes a little while for some of these stables to get rolling and really find their stride. So we see some close races at the top, but some barns that are making a push late in the season as their horses acclimate and as they find spots for them that might fit a little bit better than they initially thought in the beginning of the season. That being said, things are close in a lot of those races, the jockeys and the trainers.
Yeah, let's take a look at those standings. Again, we've got 10 races tonight, 7 thoroughbreds and 3 quarter horses. Let's take a look at these standings, Ange.
Yeah, not so close anymore, I guess, in the jockey standings. Harry Hernandez, won 9 last weekend, 2 weekends ago, won 6 this past weekend. He has put a margin between him and Luis Fuentes. This is his first summer here, and Harry Hernandez really doesn't have many weaknesses. He can go well short, long, turf, dirt, doesn't matter. He has been very effective in his first summer at Canterbury. Luis Fuentes, Lindy Wade, getting a little bit closer in second and third, and Alonso Quinones on the heels of Lindy Wade right now in fourth. Very unique jock colony in that they come from so many different spots to meet up here at Canterbury. They're not on the cycle, so a good transition for Harry Hernandez from Turf Paradise up to here. He's had an exceptional summer.
Absolutely, and the trainers, that's the ding-dong battle.
Yes, that one is very close and remains close. It's always been just a win or two between Mac Robertson and Joel Burnt. They have separated themselves. Although Carl Boberg hasn't started as many horses up here, he's had an excellent summer up here, especially on the turf course. You see his horses go out that might not even have recent turf form, and they perform on that turf course. Same thing for Joel Burnt's barn, and Mac Robertson, always a contender in the trainer's race now, a race ahead of him, or win ahead of him, with some live shots, I thought, tonight.
You can probably start handing out the belt buckles then with the quarter horses, because I think those two, trainer, jockey, that race is over.
They put a lead on everybody in the beginning, and they've maintained that advantage. 11 for Edwin Escobedo over Luis Valenzuela and Ismael Suarez Ricardo, who is off his mount in the last tonight, and Jason Olmstead 9 ahead of Mallory Norton. Belt buckles getting very close to their eventual winners in Jason Olmstead and Edwin Escobedo.
There's a cool story going around, and actually it took place a few years back, but it was, we talk about retired racehorses. Well, there's a guy named Tony Jones who rode a retired racehorse across the country. In fact, he did it twice. One time he left from his home in Pierre in South Dakota and rode to Washington, D.C., and then the next time he did it in 2020, the first one was 2016, I believe, he rode from Texas. Now, why did he do it? Well, really, it was a veterans awareness cause. I mean, he saw some needs that needed to be addressed. He went out looking for people, and he found them. And I think along the way, he kind of found himself, because when you have a chance to talk with Tony about this journey that he made, when he just met with people, and it's fascinating because he rode across the country, like he says, he left South Dakota with $20 and 4 horses, and that's it. And he never wanted for anything. People knew he was coming. His sister was running a Facebook page. He'd show up in a town, and people would show up to meet him, and they would take care of him and take care of his horses. And it's a really cool story. And there's a longer video on our blog that Natalie Hepner put together, but let's take a little look at a snippet of it right now.
A friend that couldn't make it on parole, and a $20 bill in my pocket. And 4 months, 21 days later, and 1,600 miles later, I was in Washington, D.C. And then in 2020, I did it again. But this time I went from Rio Vista, Texas. People told me it was the only unsupported trip ever attempted east across America, but there was never a time I wasn't supported. America had just come out in droves to meet me.
Very cool story. If you have not checked out more of the material, that Jeff, Ted, and Natalie put out there. You got to see it. They get the inside stories on men like Tony and on some of the local connections here and the stories of how they've made their way to Canterbury. It is worth a look. They do an excellent job. And I'm going to try to follow up with that. Not going to be easy, but Scary at Canterbury in race number 4 is the play of the day. Now, this horse is dropping out of Maiden Special Weight Company, has good speed, and looks like he might be alone on the lead. There's a lot of arrows pointing to Scary at Canterbury. He is not going to be a huge price, but Scary at Canterbury looks like an anchor in some overlapping pick 4s and pick 5s tonight. That's in race number 4, the 5, Scary at Canterbury.
Probably a single in what we call the post-time pick 4 with the 10% takeout. That's the lowest in the nation, folks. Lowest in the universe, lowest anywhere you go. I mean, you're not going to find that anywhere else, 10% takeout. You're going to have to get, I think, crafty tonight because the fields are a little bit short. Now, we do have that quirky 2 furlong race, race number 2. So, yeah, that is. It's like a thoroughbred spurt in the dirt. So, so there's some interesting possibilities here, but this might be the kind of pick 4 that you're going to have to hit the repeat button a couple times, especially if you're getting chalky, and that's right when it's going to be interesting. Kevin Gorg, he's going to give you a unique look at it coming up in a little bit. We also have our pick 5 with the 10% takeout. That begins, I believe, in race number 3, because again, we have 7 thoroughbred races, and the pick 5 with the 10% takeout is always on the final 5 thoroughbred races. Then we've got a pick 4 later on that is a thoroughbred race combined with our 3 quarter horse races. I love that one, and it's actually paid fairly well if you followed it. We've done it a few times this season with that overlap of breeds, and it's paid pretty well. And I think there's some opportunity tonight, especially in those quarter horse races, to find some prices. And again, doesn't matter with the breed. If you can beat favorites in those legs, you can get some big prices.
Right. Not everybody can take it either. So some of the sharp money that might have been taking some money earlier in the card can't play that pick 4. Get involved in it because it does incorporate both breeds here. Some strange things can happen with the quarter horses. And before I let you move on from the post-time pick 4 and from the spurt on the dirt, I mean, it's the closest thing that we get to a quarter horse race for strictly thoroughbreds. I want your quarter horse mind honing in on race number 2 and your thoughts on a field that doesn't have a whole bunch of experience at 2 furlongs, but horses who come from very different sorts of races and combine for this one. Your thoughts?
Well, there's not a lot of time to make up. Like thoroughbreds, there's a lot of forgiveness involved because they can miss the break or have some trouble, and they got plenty of time to make it up. Quarter horse racing and 2 furlong racing, there's not a lot of room for error here. So I think you want a good gate jockey, someone that can get out of the gate in a hurry. Your likely winner, I think, or at least your likely favorite, is the 5 in that race, Can He Storm, who's got some gate speed. Rye Eckleberry, who actually, when he first started riding, he was our leading quarter horse rider here for a number of years. He's a great gate rider. He can get horses going. That's probably where I would look at some riders that maybe have quarter horse experience, possibly. Okay. But it's a tough, these 2 furlongs are rare. I think we see them maybe in Pennsylvania once in a while. Iowa has or had run them in the past, but it doesn't happen very often. So it's a unique kind of race, and a horse has got to have that good gate speed to get out and go. So, but I also might, if I like clickbait here in the opener and sense of success, and I like your single in the other leg, maybe I go all in there and try to catch something really weird in a race where horses don't have that experience.
Right, and no margin for error. And we saw that after the rain, maybe the inside of the track got a little bit deeper. Now, I believe when we talked to Andrew Offerman that things were going to change around a little bit. They did some manicuring of the track. Do you expect there to be any sort of change as far as the inside being a better place to be?
That's a great question, and I'm not a big, I need the bias on a racetrack to be super obvious for me to find it. There were years with quarter horse racing where you just pitched the inside 3 posts, but then we came back like the year after that, and you could pitch the outside posts because they never won. I haven't seen that really this year. I think when the track is drying out, the rail's not a great place to be, but with the quarter horse races, again, it depends where they place the gate too, right? And when you have a 6 or 7 horse field, they might place the gate a little bit further out from the rail because there's plenty of room on the track. So you've got to take that into consideration too. But in general, I don't like being on the rail in quarter horse races. That's just my preference. I think there's too much chance to duck back in. So
fair enough.
All right, we've got to take a look at the Traverse on Saturday. Now, we're going to have advanced wagering on Friday if you're coming out and you can't get here Saturday. But it's the Midsummer Derby.
Midsummer Derby at the end of August.
And we've got Zandon, a local hopeful Zandon owned by a resident of suburban St. Cloud. Zandon ran big in the Derby, I thought. Yeah. Can he win the Traverse?
Oh, I definitely think he can win the Traverse. This has kind of been their target ever since that time. He's not the most heavily raced horse, and I think that Zandon is one that will still handle all of this distance. Maybe some factors have played in the favor of some of his competition when they're trying to get the distance. Zandon, I think no matter what the circumstances, is going to handle it. He gets the outside post. I think that he might be a fair price. I don't think he's going to be 5-1. Do you think that, what are your fair odds on Zandon? Because I think 7-2 for me would be fair enough to bet him. I don't know if he's going to dip lower than that. It seems like there's a lot of buzz on Cyberknife. Of course, Epicenter is going to take a lot of money, but I think that Cyberknife is going to be the one that might be the biggest underlay off that morning line. I still think that Zandon will be fair odds, and I think that if you get any sort of fair pace up front, he definitely has a shot in there. I'm a little bit biased in Zandon, obviously with the local connections, bet him in the futures. I still think that there's more to come with Zandon. I think that he'll continue to develop into an even nicer horse where we might have seen the best of some of his competition. What do you think?
You're right. This was the goal. They ran in the Kentucky Derby, and their goal then was to let's get to the Travers, right, and try to win the Travers. And I think the horse has a shot. I think he'll get 4 or 5-1.
Okay.
What I would love to have here, Ange, is Zandon with Ain't Life Grand, the Iowa bred. That would be fun, wouldn't it? And it would pay. It would pay huge. But Kelly Von Hemmel trains 8 Life Grand. Kelly is a guy who's trained at Canterbury in the past. He's always been in the Midwest. Because he's been in the Midwest, he kind of gets overlooked. But he is a heck of a horseman. The whole Von Hemmel family. So I'll be cheering for those two, Zandon and 8 Life Grand.
Of course. Well, they don't take that many shots like this either. I mean, you don't see him sending out horses for the Travers regularly. Obviously, there's a big chance with him, and he thinks that he's doing very well. Whether his best is good enough to compete with these, we find out. But I think that he might be worth throwing into some plays with Zandon because both are going to be bigger numbers than you'll see them in the future wherever they go next.
Kevin Gorg's getting ready to take a look at this opening race here. And you and I, that means we have time to duck down to Bo Diddley's, to your favorite sandwich shop on the premises.
Yes, of course.
I'll meet you there shortly. Kevin Gorg, I know you're out there somewhere. Take us through race number 1.
Thank you, guys. Fun to hear about that Travers Stakes. Looking forward to watching and wagering on that this weekend. First race here at Canterbury, we scratched the 3, who was a main track only horse. We're on a firm turf, and as you can see, the bettors have fallen in love with the 6th Scent of Success. That is my top play in the race. It is Mac Robertson who leads. It is a tenuous lead by 1 in the trainer's standing. He's 4-5. He's got Rye Huckleberry in the saddle. A very potent combo. I looked at this race, and, I get it. I mean, this horse is the most likely winner, but you'll see when I get to my pick 4 ticket that this race has potential. I don't see anybody you can throw out. And here's kind of the wild card in the race as we take a good look at the 4, Clickbait. She's such a beautiful gray, and she's now 6. Her 2 turf starts were good, not great. Last time she ran into Midnight Current, who is just an absolute creature. So we'll forgive her for that 5th, but she did some of the dirty work early in that race. If she gets loose here and she projects to be on the lead, she could be a problem. And you get Constantino Roman, and absolutely, I respect Clickbait in this spot. Summer Day looks like a horse that's going to get a good trip from just off the pace. Was trying to close into that Midnight Current winner. And you look at Scent of Success, and you look at 3rd off the layoff. I think Rye can pretty much pick his spot here where he wants this horse to land early. He's not going to be on the lead, but he's not going to be too far from it with Clickbait in here. So very interesting strategy. When you're riding for Mac Robertson and he's got the speed of the race, I think Rye has to respect that. We've got a double handler situation as well here on the 6, which some handicappers look at as pure gold. 4-5, yes, the most likely winner. Yes, my top pick in the race. But I think there's other horses in here that have a legitimate chance at upsetting the apple cart. The horse I have second is Summer Day, who is 8-1 up on the board. So I think that horse has a legitimate long shot option. Here's the set of selections from the handicappers here at the track. Oracle going to try the speed. Paul Allen going to try a nice price on the inside with our top jockey. And Harry Hernandez is dominating in that category. I've got a pick 4 ticket today that's just a little over $22 that I really like a lot. We'll get to that ticket. But right now we got to send the horses down the tunnel and get them on the track. Welcome to our new race week at Canterbury. Happy Wednesday, everybody. It's hump day, and it's time for the first of a beautiful 10-race program here at Canterbury Park. Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for tonight's first race. We have Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and the 10% takeout. Post time Pick 4. Post time Pick 4 every race day, starting with race number 1. At the gate in just under 6 minutes. We'll have a Pick 4 ticket already built for you here just in a couple of minutes. Welcome to the track. Welcome to Canterbury. Good luck tonight. All right, race fans, time for that post-time Pick 4. My ticket is $22.50 tonight. It's all going to come down to a single of Scary at Canterbury in the 4th on a class drop with our top jockey. I am very fond of that horse's chances tonight, so I wanted to give myself the opportunity for an upset along the way. And even though I've got the 6 on top, I don't think 4 to 5 is fair market value. I think this is a much more balanced field than the tote board tells us right now. So I'm going to use the all button here, and I think every horse in this race legitimately has a chance. We'll try to get an upside along the way for the Pick 4. In leg 2, I'm going to use the 1, the 3, and the 5. The 3, Perfect Fanny, 3-1, is my top pick in race number 2. In the 3rd, we're going to use 3, 4, and 6. Golden Gopher looks really good to me on paper, but I think all native, the 4 and the 6, Daigle, both have a chance for a mild upset. So it's going to be all with 1, 3, 5, with 3, 4, 6, and it's going to come down, I believe, to Scary at Canterbury in the 4th. We'll need a couple upsets to make this work. It's $22.50, so it's not super expensive. You can play my ticket. You can modify my ticket, add horses, subtract horses, whatever. But you can't win this if you don't get in this. The post-time Pick 4 with that 10% takeout, one of the best values in horse racing. Get your bets in now. We start the race week and that Pick 4 in 4 minutes.
The horses are at the starting gate, and it is post time for the first Wednesday at Canterbury Park, beginning our post time pick 4. Our featured groups include Core and Main, Partner Re Aon Annual Outing, Altig Engineers, PWC Company Picnic, MNTRN Summer Outing, Maida, the Game Mill Entertainment Event, St. John the Baptist Day at the Races, Lifetime Fitness Event, and C.H. Robinson. Welcome, everybody. Turf time for the first, a quintet, and here they are. And they're racing. Said quintet off squarely. Post-time pick 4 with the nation low 10% takeout is underway. Scent of Success finds the lead all by herself. And Scent of Success going rather quickly leads it by 2. Sky High Susan lay second. 5 to the good of Summer Day. After that is Badger Kitten. And Clickbait can see them all about 10 lengths from the lead. Around the corner they go. Scent of Success smells a wire-to-wire victory. Scent of Success tightly held by Eckleberry. 1.5. Sky High Susan and the leading rider, Harry Hernandez, angling to the outside. And Said Duo now is 7 clear from Summer Day. Behind that is Badger Kitten purring along, 13 out of it. And 1.5 clear from Clickbait. The Minnesotan is last. And chasing fellow Minnesotan, Scent of Success, still holding Sky High Susan at bay. Scent of Success, lime colors. The 1 is Sky High Susan. Behind them, Summer Day, 5 lengths out of it. Scent of Success still held okay. And Harry is all over number 1, Sky High Susan. Move on the outside by Summer Day. Then we come to Badger Kitten, and Clickbait is now only 6 lengths from the lead. Eckleberry looks back for competition and gets busy on Scent of Success. Scent of Success shifts ground and does so with a 2.5 length lead. Clickbait's finishing with a plum to the outside of Summer Day, but Scent of Success had it all her own way, and she takes them wire to wire. The first is official. To the second race, no scratches, no rider changes, and post time on the fast main track, about 22 minutes from now. We have $5 16-ounce domestic beers tonight and every Wednesday. Likewise for $5 Bavarian pretzels. We thank Atomic Data, the official IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park, for sponsoring our season. And race number 2 is courtesy of Apple Autos. A bevy of locations, including Apple Ford Shakopee and Apple Chevrolet Buick, Northfield. In the winner's enclosure, Scent of Success and Rye Eckleberry, the winning owner, Novogratz Racing, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. And here they are. And they're racing. Said quintet off squarely. Post time pick 4 with the nation low 10% takeout is underway. Scent of Success finds the lead all by herself. And Scent of Success going rather quickly leads it by 2. Sky High Susan lay second. 5 to the good of Summer Day. After that is Badger Kitten. And Clickbait can see them all about 10 lengths from the lead. Around the corner they go. Scent of Success smells a wire-to-wire victory. Scent of Success tightly held by Eckleberry. 1.5. Sky High Susan and the leading rider, Harry Hernandez, angling to the outside. And said duo now is 7 clear from Summer Day. Behind that is Badger Kitten purring along, 13 out of it. And 1.5 clear from Clickbait. The Minnesotan is last. And chasing fellow Minnesotan, Scent of Success, still holding Sky High Susan at bay. Scent of Success, lime colors. The one is Sky High Susan. Behind them, Summer Day, 5 lengths out of it. Scent of Success still held okay. And Harry is all over number 1, Sky High Susan. Move on the outside by Summer Day. Then we come to Badger Kitten, and Clickbait is now only 6 lengths from the lead. Eckleberry looks back for competition and gets busy on Scent of Success. Scent of Success shifts ground and does so with a 2.5 length lead. Clickbait's finishing with a plumb to the outside of Summer Day, but Scent of Success had it all her own way, and she takes them wire to wire.
Please turn your attention to the winner's circle as we have a very important weekly honor coming up right now. This week's Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week is Anacito Rodriguez. He's a loyal employee of the Mike Buehler Barn for the past 20 years. Mike is very appreciative of that loyalty and the great work ethic of Anacito. He states that he is a groom extraordinaire and has an intuitive feel for horses, something that cannot be taught. Since Mike is out galloping horses each morning, he is confident knowing that his barn is being overlooked by Rodriguez. A groom extraordinaire sounds like an excellent fit for Groom of the Week, and congratulations on the honor.
Attention players, number 5, Can He Storm does not race with blinkers in this race. Blinkers come off. Number 5, Can He Storm?
Ryan Eckelberry pushes the button early. A bit of a surprise that the favorite made the lead. Not a surprise that the favorite ends up winning. Mac Robertson leading that chase for championship trainer. He's done it 14 times, and he always seems to be at his best when we come down to the final month of racing where we are right now. So the even money favorite obliges in the first. We move on to race 2. Very cool race to handicap. We don't run a lot of 2 furlong races here with the thoroughbreds, but this is exactly what we're asked to handicap here. And not a lot of horses in this race with much experience at 2 furlongs. So what you see is trainers that have had horses in at like 5.5, 5 furlongs, even 6 furlongs that have showed speed and then faded might like this distance. It's going to require a jockey that can get the horse out of the gate clean, because a tardy break at a race at 2 furlongs and pretty much it's game, set, and match. You're done. So let's handicap it, starting with number 1, Bible Man. Bible Man is one of those horses that's been chasing some fast horses out here at clearly longer distances. Last time out at 5 furlongs, they went 44 3.5 miles. This horse wasn't that far back. So once again, at this distance of 2 furlongs, you get Carlo Lopez probably going to pop out of there and do the best he can with Bibleman. 9-2 morning line, about that right now on the board at 4-1. Number 2 is Samurai Mike for the Red Hot Nevada Litfin. He's been training and winning of late, and this is an interesting horse because this horse has found some success here, has always been fast, and they shipped this one in from Fargo. Last time out at 4.5 furlongs, showed a touch of speed. You get Nick Goodwin, and that is key. Nick has always been a really good jockey at our track with quarter horses. He's excellent out of the gate, so keep that in mind. If you like Samurai Mike, you're going to get 7-1 with a red hot Nevada Litfin who's been winning a bunch of races lately. I'm going to fancy the 3, Perfect Fanny. I got the top jockey. I've got a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. I've got a horse that last time out went 21-3 on the turf. So I think this horse is super fast, and I think that Harry Hernandez is so good with those quick hands. I'm going to trust that our top jockey can get the job done. I wanted 3-1, which the morning line was there, but we're not going to get 3-1, it looks like right now, at 8-5. Number 4 is the longest shot on the board. This is the other Nevada Litfin charge. Keep that in mind because this horse has had back-to-back muddy track efforts. One was a win, one was a speed and fade. I think we'll love the cutback, a good jockey, good barn, and you see some things to like, and you also get a ginormous price. Number 5 is Can He Storm, claimed last time by Carl Broberg, who is a claiming specialist. And by the way, he's also a pretty good trainer. He's winning at 33% this summer at Canterbury, and Rye Eckelberry looks to sweep the double. This horse has enough speed to stay right there near the front in this 2 furlong race, and you've watched Rye Eckelberry ride here for years. He's as good as it gets when it comes down to a tight finish at the wire, so absolutely, positively one of the prime players here at 5-2. Now, the only horse, at least on paper, as you look at recent form, that has any 2 furlong experience is the outside horse, Tim's Buddy. He raced on April Fool's Day at 2 furlongs out in Arizona against similar competition, and guess what? He photoed for the win. He lost by a neck. 2 furlong experience. We love Zeke Laura. We love what he does, especially getting horses to run and show speed. And the trainer won a race last week and has been steady all year. The Asperino barn winning at 25%. So absolutely the 6 can win at 4-1. What a fun race to try to figure out. It's a 2 furlong dash. Blink and you might miss it. Some cool looking horses set to go 2 furlongs. Right now they leave the paddock. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
The field is now on track for a 2-furlong spurt on the dirt. It'll go in 6 minutes. We have no scratches or jockey changes in our second race today. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, supers, doubles, and pick threes. All your wagering options in this field of 6. Your current 4-5 favorite is the 3, Perfect Fanny. The Canterbury Concert Series still has a few more stops this summer. We've got Martina McBride, Trombone Shorty, St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars, all coming up. Go check out the dates. Get your tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Speaking of the St. Paul and Minneapolis Funk All-Stars, we have Prince Night. Come out to Canterbury Park for Prince Night. Their show is coming right here to Canterbury for an evening of remembering the Minnesota music icon under the theme Purple Rains. You don't want to miss this stop on the Canterbury Concert Series. You're going to want to go to CanterburyPark.com to secure your tickets. Nothing compares to the Prince Tribute Show on September 2nd. If you're looking for a new set of wheels, we just happen to be giving away a brand new truck. It's the Summer of Horsepower giveaway. We have other prizes in store only on September 15th. Get more information at the track level information booth on how you can win a prize in the Summer of Horsepower giveaway. You could drive away in a brand new truck on September 15th. We now have 5 minutes to post for race number 2.
They've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for race number 2. A cast of 6 going a quarter mile. It's the 2022 Spurt in the Dirt. One out. Tim's buddy. Last in line. Stand by for the ballyhooed Spurt in the Dirt. And they're racing. The thoroughbreds come steaming down the stretch, and Bible Man lays down the law by too early. After that is Perfect Fanny from the 3 spot. Then it's Turn the Switch. Outside of that, Can He Storm and Tim's buddy on the far outside. Perfect Fanny, Bible Man to the line together. Bible Man with a heavenly finish. Claim. Result of the photo shows. The winner is number 1, Bible Man. 1356 in race 2. We had a claim. The winner, Bible Man, claimed for $20,000 by trainer Carl Broberg for End Zone Athletics. Bible Man tagged $20K, Broberg End Zone. It's official. Exacta 870, trifecta 790, 10-cent superfecta nearly $3, and the double paid 6 and change. Race number 3 is 22 minutes from now, and we head back to the firm turf course. That rail is at 15. Race number 3 begins the 50-cent pick 5 on races 3 through 7. No scratches, no rider changes to the third race, which is courtesy of Bud Light Seltzer, the official sponsor of Wednesdays at Canterbury Park. By the way, this Friday, Martina McBride performs at Canterbury on the Mystic Lake Music Stage right here on the grandstand apron. Martina McBride, Friday, Canterbury Park. Tickets at canterburypark.com. Into the winner's circle, it's Bible Man and Carlo Lopez. The winning owner and trainer, Alfredo Esprino. If you're hungry, we have an elite deli spot called Bo Diddley's. Bo Diddley's, level number 1, here at Canterbury Park. Go ahead and mouse your way to Bo Diddley's for a sub, salad, or other deli specials. Bo Diddley's, level 1 at Canterbury. Go eat now. And they're racing. The thoroughbreds come steaming down the stretch, and Bible Man lays down the law by too early. After that is Perfect Fanny from the 3 spot. Then it's Turn the Switch. Outside of that, Can He Storm and Tim's Buddy on the far outside. Perfect Fanny, Bible Man to the line together. Bible Man with a heavenly finish.
That's not something you see every day, and Bible Man flaunts his speed and hangs on very gamely over Perfect Fanny in that spurt on the dirt. We'll go to the turf course now and we bring the ladies out. Whole different cast of characters for race number 2, 6 of them to be exact. All the early money was on the 2 Speedy Enough, but the one to her inside is pretty speedy too. That's Reina Del Sur. She's been a popular claim thus far at the meet. This will be the second time that she was claimed. She'll start out for Larry Donlin Jr. today. The last time that we saw her on the turf course, she led it for about half the race and then got a little bit tired at the end. She finished 6th behind Badger Kitten and Daigle, who also ends up in this field. That was kind of the main argument against her. And here, Reina Del Sur, prior to that on the turf course, it closed very well, but she broke extremely slow that day. Seems to be a little bit better when she's up front, and that's also the case for the 2 Speedy Enough. Zeke Lara will climb aboard her for the first time, as Chad Lindsay had been her usual partner, whether it's on the main track sprinting or going long. She did that last time very well behind Style and Profile, and only coming up a length short of that one on the day. Now she does move over to the turf. I do have a note long ago that maybe she would move. The way that she moves maybe indicated that she would like a surface switch to the turf. We'll see how she handles it, as there isn't a ton of pedigree here to be a turf course, but Speedy Enough should be able to keep herself in the thick of things throughout. And up here at Canterbury, she's been decidedly better than down at Tampa. She got one win down there, but her form up here has been excellent, and the gradual stretch out to this mile distance will probably work out today. She moves over to the grass. 5-2 the price on her, 2-1 on Golden Gopher. I would anticipate this one to be the favorite. She goes for her 3rd win in her last 4 starts. She's done that against state breds and against this level of competition. Very gamely last time, got up by a half length over Danzig Star. She's never been too far off the pace herself, and all of her turf races up here at Canterbury have been excellent. I mean, you have to go back pretty far to find anything that would put her out of the mix in here. Maybe just a little biting off a little bit more than she could chew to back in Allowance Company, but this is a good fit for her, and Golden Gopher right now is your 5-2 co-second choice. 4-1 on All Native probably won't last. She too has a good record over this turf course. She usually comes from out of it. They moved her to the main track last time and sprinted with her, but now they get her back to what she seems to be most comfortable with. That's going 2 turns on the turf. This is another Minnesota bred just like Golden Gopher, and All Native would probably appreciate some sort of speed duel between Daigle, Reina Del Sur, and Speedy Enough. It's likely to happen, and All Native is almost twice the price as Golden Gopher, and they kind of bring the same thing to the table. Wouldn't be surprised, though, to see that even out as they get towards the gate. Brahms is who might be the trailer to the first turn, as this one doesn't have any semblance of speed. She's gone on the turf course before, didn't really pick up her feet. She only beat a few horses that day, but she was 41-1. I mean, it's not like they thought that she would beat everybody, but Brahms is who has put in 2 solid races since that time on the main track. We'll see how she handles the switch over to the turf course, as she is 0-for-6 at this juncture, nothing even hitting the board. And Brahms is who maybe was hoping for a surface switch. I don't know. 14-1 the price on Brahms is who. Daigle, the speedy outside runner, comes off a 3rd place finish. It was against slightly more pricey foes, and it was on a race that was moved over to the main track. It was muddy that day. She put in her usual effort, but it wasn't good enough for more than 3rd. Maybe the going just didn't suit her, but Daigle should be much more comfortable, just like All Native, getting back to what she has done best in the past. I took a 3, 2, and 4, 8 minutes to post for race number 3. This is the first leg of the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Other wagering options, you have 50-cent pick 3s, you have doubles, you have 10-cent supers, 50-cent tries, dollar exactas, all sorts of betting options. Only 8 minutes to get those bets in. A lot of us on board with Golden Gopher. Kevin Gorg is waiting up in the studio to give you, hopefully, a winner in this 50-cent pick 5. Good luck.
And the horses are onto the track for our third race on a firm turf course. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, rolling pick 3, and race 3 signifies the start of the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. We'll have a pick 5 ticket for you before they get to the gate. Pick 5 starts here in the third at the gate in just 6 minutes. All right, Canterbury faithful, time for the power play of the night. It's going to be later within this pick 5 sequence, and it's going to be a price tonight. In fact, that price is juicy at 10-1. Race 5, number 7, Last Martini. Let's go to a replay here after we look at the past performances and take a look at trainer Mike Beeler. He's got the form cycle going in the right direction. William Fires trained this horse late in the season, but before that at Remington, look what this horse did for Beeler. 75, 81 on the Beyer speed figure, and we're climbing again. Beeler got the horse back, and you can see the speed figures are once again on the rise. Let's go to this replay. Look at the martini glass. Last Martini in a martini glass. I love it. But let's watch what this horse did 2 back in this victory. I believe this is going to be a similar trip to what the horse gets tonight. He'll be off the pace. I think the pace will be honest enough. I don't think it'll be electric. It'll be honest enough like this was. And I like that he's trackable. I like that he can stay within grasp of the field. And when he makes his move, I like that he's got some kick to him in the stretch. And here he is, sitting off the pace, guided off the rail, which a lot I think will be similar to what he sees tonight. And then look at Last Martini. Know where the wire is. Finish your race. He does just that, and he levels out beautifully. 10-1, Last Martini. We're going to try to leave him punch drunk at a price. Now we're going to get to the pick 5 play of the night. My ticket is a $54 ticket, and it all hinges around race 4. Once again, singling Scary at Canterbury. In this race, we're going to use 3, 4, and 6. I think the 3 is the most likely winner. Don't think it's a cinch, though. I think both the 4 and the 6 have a shot. We're going to single in the 5th like we did in our pick 4. We're going to move on to the 5th, where I think it's a spread race. 2, 3, 5, and 7. Let's hope that Last Martini wins, but we've got other prices in the sequence. I think it's a tough race. Race 6, we'll have 3 options. We'll have the 2, the 4, and the 9. The 9 being my top pick at 2-1. And we'll close it out in the 7th race. We've got 3 options, 1, 4, and 7. I think it's another very tough race. I think Storm in Hong Kong is going to be a big favorite. Even though the morning line says 9-2, a lot of handicappers on Storm in Hong Kong. I think the 4-eye kicking can pull off the upset. So there it is, 3, 4, 6 with 5, with 2, 3, 5, 7, with 2, 4, 9, with 1, 4, 7. It's a $54 ticket. It's the pick 5. It's just 2 minutes away. Get your tickets in now, folks. Right now we head to Megan down in the winner's circle with more fun.
Thanks, KG. Hi, everyone. It's Megan down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle, and it's your lucky day because you are here to witness our game of Ride the Bus. Some of you may be familiar with this game, but I'm going to explain it really quick. There are 3 rounds. First round is guessing the color of the card in our fellow intern Mara's hand. Second round is guessing if the next card is higher or lower than the original. And the final round is guessing if the number is outside or in between the previous 2 cards. So if you don't successfully ride the bus, we'll let the crowd decide if you get another chance. If Sydney wins all 3 rounds, gets the guesses right, she wins a Minnesota Lottery scratch-off card. How are you feeling there, Sydney?
Nervous and excited.
All right, let's channel that energy and start riding the bus. What do you think the first card's going to be?
Black.
Is it black? It's black. All right, 1 for 1. Black 7. All right. Do you think the next card is going to be higher or lower?
Lower.
See if it's lower. Oh, it's higher. All right, let's give you another chance. Higher or lower than black 7?
I gotta go higher.
All right, is it higher? Yeah, it's higher. All right. So for our third round, she's going to guess if it's between 7 and the queen, or lower than 7, or higher than the queen.
I'm going to say between.
So it's between. All right, she's going home with the Minnesota Lottery scratch-off card. Thank you so much for playing, Sydney, and I hear it's a very special birthday of yours. Is that right?
Yeah, it's my birthday today.
All right, well, let's wish Sydney a happy birthday. What horse do you have on this race?
I have Speedy Enough.
All right, Speedy Enough. Let's see if that can be your birthday gift today. Thank you so much for playing, Sydney, and back to you up in the press box.
They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 3. There in the gate. And they're racing. And Daigle came out quickly from the 6th spot. Daigle at 6-5, looking for the lead and grabbing it with 1 lap to go. Speedy Enough in the turf debut, 5-1, lay second. After that, Reina Del Sur to the inside of Golden Gopher. That one's 9-5 in the second choice, looking to win 2 in a row. And as they corner for the first time, it is Daigle opening up by a length and a half. Daigle from a headstrong Golden Gopher. After that, we have Speedy Enough, still very close, 2.5 lengths clear from Brahms's Who. That one's to the outside of Reina Del Sur, overtaken by All Native, who's on the move in the middle stages. And the 6 are covered by 6, and they have 4.5 to go. And it is Daigle continuing to glide along on the lead. Daigle leads it by a measured 1. Speedy Enough lays second. That turf debut, it has Speedy Enough in second and on the move, running by Golden Gopher. After that, All Native, 5 out of it, 2.5, 3 clear from Brahms's Who. And Reina Del Sur is tailed off to last. Daigle puts 2 on them, and Daigle travels along sweetly around about the quarter pole. It is Daigle now leading it by 3 from Speedy Enough. After that, All Native, not today for Golden Gopher, likewise for Brahms's Who, and they're chasing Daigle, who has built up an insurmountable lead. It is Daigle and Lindy Wade taking them wire to wire. Daigle 5, All Native finishes second, Golden Gopher third. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Daigle and Canterbury Park, Salt of the Earth. He is Lindy Wade. Daigle is owned by Wasabi Ventures, the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. And they're racing, and Daigle came out quickly from the 6th spot. Daigle at 6-5, looking for the lead and grabbing it with 1 lap to go. Speedy enough in the turf debut, 5-1, lay second. After that, Reina Del Sur to the inside of Golden Gopher. That one's 9-5 in the second choice, looking to win 2 in a row. And as they corner for the first time, it is Daigle opening up by a length and a half. Daigle from a headstrong Golden Gopher. After that, we have Speedy Enough, still very close, 2.5 lengths clear from Brahms's Who. That one's to the outside of Reina Del Sur, overtaken by All Native, who's on the move in the middle stages. And the 6 are covered by 6, and they have 4.5 to go. And it is Daigle continuing to glide along on the lead. Daigle leads it by a measured 1. Speedy Enough lays second. That turf debut, it has Speedy Enough in second and on the move, running by Golden Gopher. After that, All Native, 5 out of it, 2.5, 3 clear from Brahms's Who. And Reina Del Sur is tailed off to last. Daigle puts 2 on them, and Daigle travels along sweetly around about the quarter pole. It is Daigle now leading it by 3 from Speedy Enough. After that, All Native, not today for Golden Gopher, likewise for Brahms's Who. And they're chasing Daigle, who has built up an insurmountable lead. It is Daigle and Lindy Wade taking them wire to wire. Daigle 5, All Native finishes second, Golden Gopher third.
Well, we've seen a couple favorites on the turf be left to their own devices on the front, and lone speed anytime, anywhere is a good thing, and that's exactly what Daigle was in race number 3. So it's going to be a skinny edition of the pick 4. Let's take a look here at this race. This could be a skinny payout as well, and I was talking to some friends here on my way down the escalator to come to the paddock, and they said, how do you make money in a race where you know the 5 is likely going to win and he's 1-9? I said, well, a way I bet a race like this is I eliminate the win proposition. I get to a straight exacta. So a lot of times I'll key that top horse on top in an exacta. Instead of betting 20 to win on a 1-9 and making a couple of bucks, I'll try to do a $20 straight exacta and find a long shot to run second. But yeah, our hands are a little bit tied here, but we're going to take a look at the field. One is LL's Classy Dude, Kelsey Haar for the McKinley gang, third off the layoff. Ran third last time. That was against softer competition. Should be running on late, and that might be the way to pick up the pieces here. The 5 is all speed and looks like the best horse by far on paper. Maybe the 1 can clomp in there for a piece at a price. I think the 2 fits the bill for that straight exacta. Maiden special weight dropper, Crystal Conning, who I love. You get Bacchus training, you get turf to dirt, and you get a horse that I think will be off the pace. I think the pace is going to be tough, and I think the 5 is going to chew it up, so somebody's got to come get that money. I think both the inside 2 markers could fit the bill as a long shot to fill that straight exacta bet. 3 is Stun Gunned for David Miller. Sophia Barandella gets the call. This horse has been kind of sniffing around at being a good thing. You can see in the running lines, this horse has faced some good competition. Ranger Gus, we're going to see him next week. He's fast. Deputy Law is fast. Another horse that could come charging in off the pace to pick up the pieces if the 5 chews up the front. So, again, Stun Gun's a horse that with Sophia in the saddle, you have to consider for that exacta bet. The 4 is the debuter here, never raced. You get Lindsay in the saddle for Georgie Smith. The workouts are very, very lukewarm. I see some Captain Bodgett in the bloodlines, but really not much to go on. The horse is going to debut with blinkers, and we'll see how that plays out. The 5 is, well, he's very scary. It's scary at Canterbury. Our top jockey, you get Miguel Angel Silva. The trainer's hot. Thumbs Up Racing. Bullet Works. Fastest horse. Best speed figures. Looks like lone speed. And also, by the way, looks like $1 million down here in the paddock. Pack a lunch. This horse is going to be very tough to beat. As I mentioned, 1-9 tells the story. Double H dictating terms in the front. It looks good enough to eat to me. So good luck. If you're going to try to beat this one, you're likely going to get paid. I don't think it's going to be an easy way about it. This horse is going to be loose on the front on a class drop for good connections with the top jockey. 6 is In the Midnight Hour. Gallardo for Georgie Smith showed nothing on debut against softer, so really a surprise package here. And 6 is Wildcat Hagrid, Zeke Laura for Nevada Litvin. I mentioned the barn's been going good. The horse is on a class drop, has stalking speed, and absolutely fits the bill as somebody that might sit off the pace and pick up the pieces. Who do you like? It looks like the world, including myself, is on the 5. Scary at Canterbury. Should be loose on the lead with Double H. The beauty of horse racing is you've got your own opinion. You can back it up at the window and make as much money as you can. Minnesota breds, maidens at the gate for 6.5 furlongs. Coming up, coming at you next.
It's late pick 4 time, and we have a heavy favorite to kick off this sequence. I put together a little bit of ticket. If you have $9, or a little ticket, if you have $9 burning a hole in your pocket, consider this investment. If you aren't alive in the pick 5, this is where you can start anew. And if you can beat Scary at Canterbury, you're going to get an excellent return on whoever else comes home in front, as almost everybody else is a big price on the board. Now, Scary at Canterbury looked very good on the track. It is humid out here tonight. If you're not on track, it is warm, it's humid, and I'd say that he and the 6 in the midnight hour handled it very well, but he made the best impression as they came onto the track. I went 2, 3, and 5 in race number 5. My top pick in there was the 3, the Green Crusader. I didn't see a whole bunch of pace in there, but Mark and Greeley is so tough on this turf course. I used those 3. Teo Blaz was the other horse that I used in there. They'll all probably enjoy very different trips, but I thought the Green Crusader might get the best of things as far as pace goes. Summer Fireflies and Swirling Wine faced off on August 14th, and they're going to rematch again, and those are the only 2 that I used in race number 6. That's a 5-furlong turf dash. I thought that they were the 2 to beat. If they run the similar race as they did last time, they should be kind of tough to run down. Now, race number 7 is at 6.5 on the main track, and a couple of class droppers interested me in there. Storm in Hong Kong was my top pick. Libertarian is one that I threw in, though, because he does love 6.5 furlongs, and I thought the pace would be hot. Now, the scratch of Mr. Navigator doesn't help things, but there is still enough pace, I thought, for these 2 to get an ideal sort of setup. So 1, 6, and 7 will round out that ticket for me. It's only $9. You have 3 minutes to do so. Rejoin us in the winner's circle momentarily, as we've got a game of Budweiser beer pong coming up next. We're back down in the winner's circle as promised. A Budweiser beer pong game. The ladies are going to take the stage today. Now, we have Alyssa and Emma here. I cheated. I looked at their name tags. But have you 2 engaged in any beer pong play before?
Not like this, but in college, yes.
And would you say between you and Emma, who showed a little more aptitude in beer pong?
I think it's pretty equal. It's going to be a fun game.
Okay, well, if you are side betting on beer pong, and we know a lot of you do, it's an even matchup. And ladies, you are playing for some Budweiser swag. You get free admission tickets if you get in the front row. In the middle row, you get a T-shirt and free admission passes. If you can get all the way to the back, you get a hat, a daily double pass, maybe even a racehorse. Take your shot at it. You get a couple of chances. Who's going first? All right, Alyssa, you're up. Ooh, very nice toss. Got it right in the middle. It's okay. You're just warming up. Emma, you're up. All right, a little more firepower, Alyssa. Make me proud. Yes, yes, yes. She gets it in the back row. You get a hat, a daily double pass, all sorts of good stuff. All right, Emma. Oh, that's all right. Hey, Alyssa's going to share. That's the rules. You can share all that fun stuff that you just won, the hat, the daily double pass. Congratulations. We'll get some free admission passes for you, too, and thank you both for playing Budweiser Beer Pong. We have 1 minute to post now for race number 4. This is the start of the pick 4. Get your tickets in now.
They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 4, beginning a pick 4 anew. Happy 10th birthday, Collins Olsen. Happy 10th birthday, Collins Olsen. They're in the gate, and they're racing from Canterbury to the corner bar in Winstead. It's the Stephen Kane Classic. And 2 from the outside in the midnight hour soars off to the lead. The hot favorite, Scary at Canterbury, now soars right by. And with 5 to go, number 5 is in front, in fact, in hand and in command. Scary at Canterbury puts 4 on the field. Wildcat Hagrid rolls up to the outside of in the midnight hour. Then it's a Country Mile back to Fly with Class, a length and a half clear from Lil's Classy Dude. Then it is Jamaica Mistaka. Stun Gun can see them all off the far turn. Scary at Canterbury racing well off the inside, leads it by 3. Wildcat Hagrid is making up a bit of ground to the inside, but working hard to do it. And Harry is chill on Scary at Canterbury. 10 or 11 lengths back to the third runner in the midnight hour. It is Scary at Canterbury, and Wildcat Hagrid is desperately trying to provide at least a jump scare. Scary at Canterbury leads it by 1.5. Wildcat Hagrid giving absolutely everything he can on the inside. Late charge from Stun Gun, very, very late, but Scary at Canterbury and Harry prevail. The fourth race, official 5371. Scary at Canterbury paid 210, 210, 210. Okay. The post time pick 4, 22.90. The trifecta was chalk all odds, and it paid $5. On to race number 5. And back to the turf course. No scratches, no rider changes. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Scary at Canterbury and Harry Hernandez. Scary at Canterbury is owned by Thumbs Up Racing and trained by the leader of the Thumbs Up gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Scary at Canterbury is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Rocky Bar out of, are you ready yet? Bred in Minnesota by David Cobb. We thank Maker's Mark for 2022 sponsorship. Don't forget to check out makersmark.com. Also, if you're not going anywhere for Labor Day weekend, September 4th, we have our Best in Show Dog Race Championships. That'll feature the Corgis, the Bassets, the Dachshunds, and so on, all battling each other. That is September 4th, right out here at the park. The gate, and they're racing from Canterbury to the corner bar in Winstead. It's the Stephen Kane Classic, and 2 from the outside in the midnight hour soars off to the lead. The hot favorite, Scary at Canterbury, now soars right by, and with 5 to go, number 5 is in front, in fact in hand and in command. Scary at Canterbury puts 4 on the field. Wildcat Hagrid rolls up to the outside of in the midnight hour. Then it's a country mile back to Fly with Class, a length and a half clear from Lil's Classy Dude. Then it is Jamaica Mistaka. Stun Gun can see them all off the far turn. Scary at Canterbury racing well off the inside, leads it by 3. Wildcat Hagrid is making up a bit of ground to the inside, but working hard to do it. And Harry is chill on Scary at Canterbury. 10 or 11 lengths back to the third runner in the midnight hour. It is Scary at Canterbury, and Wildcat Hagrid is desperately trying to provide at least a jump scare. Scary at Canterbury leads it by 1.5. Wildcat Hagrid giving absolutely everything he can on the inside. Late charge from Stun Gun, very, very late, but Scary at Canterbury and Harry prevail. outside of Summer Day, but Scent of Success had it all her own way, and she takes them wire to wire. Storm and Tim's buddy on the far outside. Perfect Fanny, Bible Man to the line together. Bible Man with a heavenly finish. Lead. It is Daigle and Lindy Wade taking them wire to wire. Daigle 5, all native finishes second. Golden Gopher third. Late charge from Stun Gun, very, very late, but Scary at Canterbury and Harry prevail.
Hockey team didn't win a game last year.
Welcome back to the paddock. I'm joined by Zeke Lara. You're a new member of our Jocks Colony up here this summer, and we recently had a poker tournament down in the card room that you participated in for the Leg Up Fund. How did it go?
It was good. It was great seeing people out here and supporting the Leg Up Fun. So it's always good seeing people come out and support, the jockeys and the racetrack. So it's always an honor to have everybody out here and see everybody support.
Now, have you played a lot of Hold'em in your time? How did it go?
I didn't do good, but it was fun.
And it's your first summer up here at Canterbury. How has Minnesota been for you, and how is everything going with the Riders Colony? Just tell us how your first summer's gone.
It's been super good. I'm really glad I came out here and got to enjoy the meet and meet new people. So it's been really good riding with some good riders over here. So it's been a real honor.
Now, you've ridden Mark and Greeley, your next mount, a few times. Tell us a little bit more about him and how you think this will unfold.
Well, I think this horse is really good. Me and him get along. He likes to close and come off the pace, and I feel like we connect really good on that. I rode this horse 3 times, 1 win, 2 second, and 1 just right off the board. So he really tries, and he has a really big heart.
It's a vital part of the equation. Now, one more question, then I'm going to toss it over to Kevin. You've made a lot of fans out here. Where can they look for you after the Canterbury meet's over?
Well, I'm going to go home for a little bit, so I'll be at Remington Park, and then after that, I'll go to Turf Paradise.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Good luck. Hope to see you in the winner's circle. Kevin, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Ange. Great to hear from Zeke Laura. He's had such a great under-the-radar season, been bringing in prices. He rides the 2 marker in Greeley, and like he said, this horse always seems to finish up real well in the stretch. Now, he's been running primarily on the turf, but you look at those last 2 workouts on the dirt, and the trainer is a good one, Tony Rengsdorf, as sharp as they come out here. He switches surfaces for a reason, so you have to consider the 2 on your tickets here in race 5. It's a 1-mile race. I found this to be the most wide-open race on the dance card tonight, which means I thought there was the biggest potential not only for an upset, but if you play trifectas and superfectas, I thought this might be the race where you could get paid. Empty Holster is the one. This is a Chicago shipper. We've seen a lot of horses ship in from Chicago and do well at Canterbury this year. 14-1 kind of tells the story. He'll have to improve. I mean, the numbers don't lie. His speed figures are a cut below. But the good news is he can save ground and he can pick them up and lay them down late. Zeke Laura, who Angela just talked to, is 8-1. I'm a little surprised by that price. The question mark is the dirt. The turf numbers are outstanding. The closing kick is there, but he will need the pace to come back to him. And I don't see a ton of speed in the race, but I get it. If this horse wins, I will not be surprised off the caliber of horse he's run against so far at the meeting. I think the horse to beats the 3, and I think the tote board tells that story as well. The Green Crusader has flat out just faced better competition, and late in the season is when 3-year-olds really start to figure things out, and that's what the Green Crusader is. Last time out, didn't run much. I like the surface switch because if you go back to Gulfstream, his dirt races down there probably win this race. So 2-1, not a great price, but certainly I think the horse to beat up on the board is the 3. The 4 is Knievel, Jermaine Bridgemahan for Nevada Litvin. Last time out just didn't show me a thing. Now, didn't have a bad post, was wide, but really never picked up the feet. It's going to have to improve. I like that this horse is taking some money off a dull effort. Maybe that's something you can kind of hang on to when you head to the windows. Brian Aragoni, our former track handicapper here, is pushing all his chips in. He's got Teo Blaz. Interesting selection for Gary Shearer. Rye Eccleberry, you get great connections, you get a great price, and you get a horse on a big dip. Last time on the dirt was at Churchill Downs under the Twin Spires, so obviously has kept some good company. A horse I would mix into your tries and superfectas for sure. I don't see a ton of speed in the race, and guess what? The Sampsons might have lone speed here with Next Gen Racing's Northern Woods. If you don't believe me, look what happened last time they left this horse alone. 31-1, ladies and gentlemen, all the way on the lead with Crystal Conning astride. Tony Rengsdorf, lone speed. You've been warned again. Price is drifting upwards, double-digit style. I'm on the 7. I'm on Last Martini. I get Carlo Lopez looking for a second win. I get a great trainer in Hall of Famer Mike Beeler. I like the form cycle. I like the trip the horse is likely going to get. I think he's quick enough to stay within touch, and I think he has a nice closing kick at this level. I'll try Last Martini. 10-1 morning line looks like a pipe dream right now at 4-1. Where's Jordan? Kelsey Haar rides for Dave Miller. Boy, Dave Miller's horse ran great in race 4, picking up the pieces for second. Nearly got the big favorite late. Where's Jordan? Similar running style. Going to let him go early, try to come get him late. 9 is Mongol Altai. Track Phantom loves this horse, and I love the Track Phantom. Esperino trains and owns, and guess what? The top jockey shows up to ride. Interesting for sure at 9-2. My question mark was his last couple starts, and will it be a wide trip for our top jockey who looks to win back-to-back races? Race 5, 1 mile. This is a humdinger. Claimers, maybe the most bountiful race of the night. Hit the trifecta and superfecta here. You might need a wheelbarrow to get to your car, folks, so find the right horses and make all that money. I've got the 7. Who do you like? It's race 7. They'll be at the gate in 7, and then they're going to get it on.
Welcome back down to the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle. It's time for a little K-Fan categories. I have Jessica with me today, and I have to ask before we begin, what's your 1 to 10? How much do you like geography?
1.
Okay, well, K-Fan categories today is going to be countries in Europe. So, Megan, you have the timer set to go. You're keeping score. 15 seconds on the clock. Name as many countries in Europe as you can. Anybody out there that loves European geography, feel free to shout it out and help her out. We want her to win a prize. You get a Minnesota State Lottery scratch-off if you get more than Mark Irving.
Jenny, I need you.
Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. 1?
Is France one?
Yes. Okay. Ready, go.
Germany, France, England, Italy, Sweden, Spain, Latvia, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands. What? Austria, Czech Republic.
All right. That's the cutoff. And what do we get? 12. Okay, that's a high mark. I mean, Mark Irving is from Europe, but let's see how he did. Well, Jessica, I'd say you did quite well for yourself. Congratulations. You're going to, hey, whatever it takes. You're going to get a scratch off thanks to our friends at the Minnesota State Lottery. And do you have a pick really quick before race 5?
2.
All right, she likes the 2. Mark and Greeley, they'll be on the turf course shortly for the 5th.
Into the gate now. It is post time for the 5th. Mongol Altai last in line. It's turf time, and they're racing, and they broken a line. Northern Woods in the turf debut popped out quickly. So did the Green Crusader and Knievels right there between runners. Teo Blaz. Then it's Empty Holster about 4 lengths from the front as they head into the first turn. Where's Jordan, the 9-year-old, is 8 lengths from the front and racing to the inside of Mongol Altai into the outside of the Last Martini. And in last, Mark and Greeley. That one would have to win 2 in a row from 4 14 lengths out of it. Up the Canterbury Park barn side they stroll on the turf in race 5. And on the lead, it is the Green Crusader trying to run away from Northern Woods, attempting to apply pressure. But Constantino Roman wants nothing to do with that 6. Opened up a length, but now Northern Woods re-engages. Right behind them, Teo Blaz to the outside of Knievel. Empty holster, 8 lengths from the front. Last Martini shoved on 10 out of it behind that one. Where's Jordan? Then we come back about a length and a half, maybe 2, to Mark and Greeley running on, and Mongol Altai is in last. The Green Crusader's in first. The Green Crusader attacked by Northern Woods at 11-1. Northern Woods to the outside. The Green Crusader, then 3 wide is Teo Blaz, and behind them is Knievel. After that, Empty Holster and Mark and Greeley into the final football field, and Teo Blaz has taken the lead. Knievel's running on late with Mark and Greeley, but it is Teo Blaz to win. 5-4-2 in race 5. Claim. Number 5, Teo Blaz, first. Photography for the rest. Number 3, the Green Crusader, was claimed for $10,000. The new owners, Rosette Ranch, and the trainer, Robertino Diodoro. The Green Crusader claimed, no shake, 10 grand. Dio Rosette. Five, 4, 2, 3. 5, 4, 2, 3. Official. Exacta, 51 and change. 5-5 double, $9.90. Superfecta, 47 and change. Pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5, $11.30. Trifecta, 82.25. Race 6 is 22 minutes from now, and it keeps us on the firm turf course. Scratch numbers 3, Noel's Angel, and 8, a little bit of Lexus. Turf Sprint at about 740. Don't forget, Canterbury Park's 2022 season closes Saturday, September 17th. So we have a month of racing left at Canterbury. Plenty of upcoming events, including our well-respected Dog Days Championship on September 4th, Festival of Champions September 10th, And our Summer of Horsepower giveaway, September 15th. Information, CanterburyPark.com. In the winner's circle, Teo Blaz, couple of victories for Rye Eccleberry. The winning owner, Nicole Helen B. Bighauser. And the winning trainer, Gary Shear. It's turf time, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. Northern Woods in the turf debut popped out quickly. So did the Green Crusader and Knievel's right there between runners. Teo Blaz. Then it's Empty Holster about 4 lengths from the front as they head into the first turn. Where's Jordan, the 9-year-old, is 8 lengths from the front and racing to the inside of Mongol Altai into the outside of the Last Martini. And in last, Mark and Greeley. That one would have to win 2 in a row from 14 lengths out of it. Up the Canterbury Park barn side, they stroll on the turf in race 5. And on the lead, it is the Green Crusader trying to run away from Northern Woods, attempting to apply pressure. But Constantino Roman wants nothing to do with that 6, opened up a length. But now Northern Woods re-engages. Right behind them, Teo Blaz to the outside of Knievel. Empty Holster, 8 lengths from the front. Last Martini shoved on 10 out of it behind that one. Where's Jordan? Then we come back about a length and a half, maybe 2, to Mark and Greeley running on, and Mongol Altai is in last. The Green Crusader's in first. The Green Crusader attacked by Northern Woods at 11-1. Northern Woods to the outside. The Green Crusader, then 3 wide is Teo Blaz, and behind them is Knievel. After that, Empty Holster and Mark and Greeley into the final football field, and Teo Blaz has taken the lead. Knievel's running on late with Mark and Greeley, but it is Teo Blaz to win. 5-4-2 in race 5.
A nice ride by Rye Echoberry. He sits off a pretty hot pace and has enough horse to get all the money at a nice price, too. A nice long shot price. Nice exacta, trifecta, and superfecta as promised in race 5. We stay on the turf. Got to love a turf sprint. I love that we're riding so many turf sprints here at Canterbury. They're such fun races to try to handicap. These are maidens at the $25,000 level. These are fillies and mares. And here they are. Number 1 is Chaplin. Constantino Roman gets the call for Troy Bethke. 3 career turf tries and all against tougher competition. So now the drop into claimers, a good third-place finish last time out, and you see that race was at 7.5. The cut back to 5, though, makes sense because she's got a touch of speed. She looks good down here in the paddock with those pretty pink blinkers, and I think if she adapts to the pace of the race, because she's been primarily on the turf routing, can she adapt to a quicker pace? If she can, she's got a shot, and she's 11-1. Number 2 is Summer Fireflies. The jockey Rye Echoberry looks for back-to-back races. This horse always seems to show up. 6 for 7 in her career in the trifecta. That's the good news. The tricky part for me is she's lost some races she probably should have won. Those 4 second-place finishes look like she's leaving some money on the table. Maybe she'll take that one little step forward this time to get all the money. Absolutely, positively, the horse to beat is Summer Fireflies, and she's 2-1. I've got some friends down here in the paddock that are here specifically to bet Swirling Wine. They love Swirling Wine. They get Harry Hernandez. They get Miguel Angel Silva. Those two teamed up for a win earlier. She's got a touch of speed. She's second off the layoff. Lots to like about Swirling Wine at 2-1. Number 5 is Chocolate Freckles, Chip Woolley the conditioner, and you get Carlo Lopez in the saddle. Love that effort last time out behind the lone speed of Ghost of Genevieve. She ran a nice third at nearly 7-1. She's been off since late June, so she's fresh for this. She looks decent in the paddock. All that for 7-1, not too shabby. 6 is Courageous Cap'n, Kelsey Haar for Robert Klein, in from Oaklawn Park, off since January. But I'm getting whispers in the press box about some really fast workouts, including August 11th. Will this horse take to the turf? I don't know, but the workouts sure signal that the 6 is on the toes and ready to rock and roll. 7 is Wrexham, Crystal Conning for Chip Woolley. This is Chip's other horse. Ran into the speedy Reposado 2-back. Reposado is a multiple winner on our turf course. Very flattering for the 7, who's 25-1. And my pick is up on the outside. I love the way the horse looks in the paddock. Cerulean is the name of the horse. Lindy Wade for Kerry Raven. Another horse that fits outside attack post, should be rolling late, and like I said, the physical presence of the 9 in the paddock is enough for me. This horse looks fantastic. I've got her on top here in the 6th. These are fillies and mares. They're sprinters going 5 furlongs on the grass. There is the set of selections from the handicappers at the track. You can see we've got a couple of different numbers up on the board. Who do you like? It's a great betting race. Second to last race with the thoroughbreds as we get closer to closing out the pick 5. And don't forget those quarter horses dash in the final 3 races on this beautiful summer night. Good luck here in the 6th at the gate in 8. How many you got?
The incomparable Sir Leonard Dykert and the call to the post, bringing them onto the track. Then the firm turf course for race 6, scratch numbers 3 and 8.
With 5 minutes to post until race number 6, we skip ahead one. We're going to bypass this 5 furlong turf sprint and go 6.5 on the main track. Now, this is the time of year when people start dropping horses, and one such example that might be a fair price is the 7 in our next race, Stormin' Hong Kong. Now, Stormin' Hong Kong has raced pretty well since he was claimed on April 23rd of this year. He was claimed out of a win that day by Chris Richard, and since that time, he has raced him either against optional 25s or optional 12s up here at the N1X level. Now, what that means, Stormin' Hong Kong is making a big drop today into $7,500 claimers. All of that makes a difference, as well as the pace. Now, there is a scratch in race number 7 of the 2 Mr. Navigator, but American Union, Kickin', even Side Street Dave on the outside should set things up for Stormin' Hong Kong pretty well. This is Chris Richard and Harry Hernandez at the meet together. Numbers are pretty dang good. They're 8 for 29 together with 19 starts. That's 28%, and they hit the board a lot. They hit the board almost half the time. If you're going to use this horse in any sort of exotic, you're going to demand a little bit of a price, but you should get it considering that horse's overall record. Now, looking more specifically, in recent times, Chris Richard and Harry Hernandez are 2 for their last 3 together. The important part about that is that most of the time, they're above 7-2. That's the fair price that I thought that Stormin' Hong Kong might be in this spot. He gets an outside draw. Again, he gets Harry Hernandez. We're going to take a look at some of the recent times with him. Before we get to that, though, I'm going to look at one other horse that you might want to include in the mix strictly for his love of 6.5 furlongs. It's a distance that not all horses like, and with the pace set up as it is, Libertarian stands a little bit of a chance, as this horse has run very well in the past at 6.5 furlongs. Hitting the board in almost half of his lifetime starts. No wins yet at Canterbury, but he will be a good price on the board, and like Stormin' Hong Kong, he makes a slight drop in class. Now back to Stormin' Hong Kong, we're going to take a look at his most recent 2 starts. Now, that's him on the outside in the Maggie Moss Silks. You do get a good pace with him in this spot, but Stormin' Hong Kong was going a little bit shorter. Now he's gone at 5.5, he's gone at 6 at the meet with this off-the-pace style, and the only time that we saw him going 6.5 furlongs, he was right on the pace. It was a speed-favoring sort of track. They didn't want to get him too far off it, and he didn't run his race. This sort of race with maybe another half furlong, perhaps he would have caught the winner. Who's to say? He does the same thing when we've seen him in more recent times. Now, this one was August 3rd. He's not exactly, going to threaten the winner in this, but he still makes a very solid close on the outside. Maybe? Okay. Well, he did make a solid close, I promise. But Stormin' Hong Kong is the angle horse for tonight. Okay. 2 minutes to post for race number 6. We'll toss it down to the winner's circle right now. Megan has a game for us.
Thanks, Ange. Hey, Canterbury Park, it's Megan down in the winner's circle, and it's time for Treasure Toss. Both of our contestants, Lindsay and Mara, have already been given a Minnesota Lottery scratch-off ticket to start with, and these 2 lucky contestants will have 3 chances of throwing their beanbags into their desired treasure chest in order to add on to their scratch-off ticket. The closest chest is a Canterbury Park free admission pass, second is a t-shirt from Canterbury Park, and third is another Minnesota Lottery scratch-off, so you have 2 chances to win. How are you both feeling tonight?
Good. I'm so excited. We're here with a lot of our family. I'm getting married in 2 months, and a lot of our family's here. Woo! So thank you, everyone, and yay.
All right. I think the bride-to-be should be the first to take her toss. So whenever you're ready, step up to the green brick. Oh, so close. All right, some free admission passes. Mara will go up and fix it real quick. And a t-shirt. Let's see if you guys can get the scratch-off ticket. Oh, so close. Oh, that's all right. You both are going home with some great prizes tonight. Thank you both for playing. What is the horse that you have on this race?
My favorite number is 5, so I'll go with Chocolate Freckles.
All right, Chocolate Freckles. Let's see if it wins. Back to you, but all in the press box.
It is now post time for race number 6. And they head onto the turf for a turf dash. Cerulean, 6-5 and favored. Chaplin has gone in. Swirling Wine, 2-1. Cerulean, last in line. Here they come. And they're racing from the 7 spot. Wrexham with a very good start. Likewise for Chaplin to the inside. Chaplin, Wrexham also between them. Swirling Wine showing terrific speed, as is Chocolate Freckles, very prominent. Summer Fireflies could provide the rider with a triple, about 4 out of it. Cerulean is wide, but beginning to advance to the outside of Courageous Capin. And after that, we come back to Summer Fireflies, went right back to last. And up top in first, Chocolate Freckles. Chocolate Freckles leads the way at 10-1. Cerulean's on the move with Lindy Wade to the outside. After that, we have Swirling Wine. The rider has the gold cap, angling to the outside for the stretch run. And behind them is Chaplin. Up goes Cerulean. And Cerulean leads it into the final football field. And it's Cerulean scoring the touchdown. Cerulean, the 7-5 favorite, prevails. 9-4-6 in race 6. Number 9, Cerulean, ran first. 9-4-6-1 in 56.93. And the results are unofficial. Race 6 is official. Pick 3, $10 and change, exacta $7.50. Trifecta $55.20. The 10-cent superfecta $88.57. And the double from race 5 paid $18.50. Race 7 begins a 50-cent pick 4 on the final 4 live races tonight. And in the 7th, on the fast main track, scratch number 2, Mr. Navigator. Post time, about 20 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park thanks the Minnesota Lottery for 2022 sponsorship. Once again, another reminder, Friday, Martina McBride is performing at Canterbury on the Mystic Lake Music Stage. Tickets at canterburypark.com. Into the winner's enclosure, Cerulean, and Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth. He is Lindy Wade. 2 victories for LW. Cerulean is owned by Tobin Stables, and the winning trainer, Carrie Raven. And they're racing from the 7 spot. Wrexham with a very good start. Likewise for Chaplin to the inside. Chaplin, Wrexham also between them. Swirling Wine showing terrific speed, as is Chocolate Freckles, very prominent. Summer Fireflies could provide the rider with a triple, about 4 out of it. Cerulean is wide, but beginning to advance to the outside of Courageous Capin. And after that, we come back to Summer Fireflies, went right back to last. And up top in first, Chocolate Freckles. Chocolate Freckles leads the way at 10-1. Cerulean's on the move with Lindy Wade to the outside. After that, we have Swirling Wine. The rider has the gold cap, angling to the outside for the stretch run. And behind them is Chaplin. Up goes Cerulean. And Cerulean leads it into the final football field. And it's Cerulean scoring the touchdown. Cerulean, the 7-5 favorite, prevails. 9-4-6 in race 6. Yeah, it's time for the old chaser. Did you get stuck in one of the doubles? Maybe the post-time pick 4, maybe the pick 5 didn't exactly go your way. Tried to beat that 1-9 shot early. That's the chaser. So we're going to focus on the number 7. All right, the number 7. That's the key for the old chaser. Remember this guy, Case Keenum. He wore number 7. He was part of the Minneapolis Miracle after the 2017 season. There's the Bible. In the Bible, the number 7 means completion and or perfection. 7 and 7, the only reason that slid in there is because it's producer Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's favorite drink, and it has a couple of 7s, 7 and 7, which gets us to number 7, Storm in Hong Kong in race 7. That's what the chaser's doing. It's from the Galloping Gospel. It's an epiphany. $77 to win on number 7 in race 7. Let's find perfection and completion in the winner's circle and run down that cash.
Wow, I'm going against the chaser. That's intimidating. The enthusiasm, the creativity, Mouse's beverage. Oh, man, I've lost my confidence here. I was on a heater. Now I don't know. Love the chaser angle. PA betting 77 to win on the 7 in race 7. It makes a ton of sense. 6.5 furlongs, I thought it was a good race. I thought it was a race where you could maybe find a little value, which I will get to. And I thought the field had some depth. We're alive in that pick 5 ticket we did earlier. We're alive to 3 horses, the 1, the 4, and the chaser, the 7. So we're alive. We'll see what happens. I like the 1 American Union to hit the board. It's Constantino Roman for Cody Rosine. Cody's having a great season training, winning almost 20%. And the horse has been in good form, including a sharp win last time. And I love when a horse crushes and then gets moved up the class ladder. And that's exactly what happened. In for 5 last time, wins easily. They bump up a notch in class. Trust that horse is in good form. And you want to talk about a horse that was helped by the scratch. This is the horse. The 2 Mr. Navigator who scratched was all speed. The 1 has speed, and now probably a little easier to get up near the front end for Constantino Roman. So definitely a player, in my opinion. Number 3 is Roman Union. The Q rides this one. Alonso Quinones for Robertino Diodoro. We're on the cutback, and we're on a class drop. So the horse has been going longer and facing better, which tells you that the horse likely will have some pop in the stretch. We'll see if the horse can stay within reach of these sprinters, but he's been showing speed in those tougher heats. In fact, last time out against a much tougher field, led for about half the race. So that is encouraging. And anytime you see Robertino Diodoro's name in a racing form at any track, anywhere, you better pay attention. My horse in this race, my top pick, is the 4 I Kickin'. I'm going to take Sophia Barandella to get all the money. She rides for Lynn Rarick, and I love this horse's running lines, and I love the class drop. This horse has been facing significantly tougher competition, and I think Sophia can get a great stalking trip. The old press and pounce action here at one of my favorite numbers, 6 to 1. I think I Kickin' can kick on by when the real running starts. Number 5 is Fiery Tail, Carlo Lopez for Diodoro. So Diodoro's got a couple. This horse knocked heads at Churchill, Oaklawn Park, and Ellis Park. So obviously this horse has been keeping some tough company. And am I reading the tote board right? Whew. Robertino Diodoro is 14 to 1. Might want to mix that horse into your superfecta. And I get it. The horse is 3 for 41, which is pesky. But don't sleep on the fact that this horse has hit the trifecta in 15 of those 41 starts. That's more than 33%. So I do think that horse needs to be included in your exotic wagers. 6 is Libertarian, and that's Lindy Wade for the Bollinger Gang. 0 for 10 at Canterbury's pesky, but 5 for 10 in the trifecta. Another closer that figures to be running on late. Maybe can't win in my eyes, but absolutely could get a piece of this at a price. Here comes the chaser horse, and boy, does Storm in Hong Kong make a very nice impression here in the paddock. Good looking, robust muscles. Ambling along out here is the 6-year-old, and I see it. This horse has a big, big closing kick. Will the fractions be fast enough to allow this horse to get there? 6.5 helps. with the speed of the 8 and probably the 1. The fraction should be honest. We'll need the pace to back up for PA's Chaser, but the people are all on board at 7-5. Number 8 might be the speed of the speed for the Sanderson gang. It's Side Street Dave, Kelsey Haar. Do not sleep on Kelsey Haar. Great on long shots and great at getting the horse into position. And I'll say this, the 8 looks the part in the paddock. Very, very good looking horse on the muscle down here. Might be loose on the lead, and that's always a good thing. I will absolutely put the 8 on my trifecta and superfecta off what I see here in the paddock. Trying to say, catch me if you can, is Side Street Dave at 7-1. Here they come, folks. 6.5 furlongs to close out the thoroughbred portion of the program. Quarter horses on deck. If you're alive in the pick 5, we wish you good luck. It'd be nice to hit it right here. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. Head to the window. It's race number 7. It's coming up. It's coming at you. And it's next.
And they're at the starting gate. It is now race time. 7th, beginning the final pick 4 this evening. We race again tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Saturday and Sunday racing, Saturday at 5, family day. Sunday, 1 o'clock. Side Street Dave, last in. 7 for race 7, and they're racing on the wide side. Side Street Dave pops out of the gate very, very quickly, and kicking it 3.5 to 1, kicks up some early speed, and 4 and 8 dispute it. Storm in Hong Kong pinched and went back to last, and up top, Side Street Dave leads it by an inch. Then on the inside, American Union is overtaken by Roaming Union, and the Unions are in tow, trailing the top 2, but now Roaming Union aggressively splits them and makes it a line of 3. After that, Fiery Tail shoved on to the inside of Libertarian. Storm in Hong Kong, 15 lengths from the front. They're off the far turn under that beautiful cloud that's covering Shakopee, Minnesota. And the leader is kicking away by 2. It is kicking, opening up on American Union. After that, it is Libertarian circumnavigating into action to the outside of Side Street Dave. Fiery Tail saves ground, 5 out of it. Storm in Hong Kong is running on, but still far, far out of it. And chasing, kicking, American Union in second. After that, we come to Fiery Tail. It is kicking, kicking it in the winner's circle. There was a claim in race 7, a claim. Number 7, Storm in Hong Kong, claim for $7,500, winning a 4-way shake for Storm in Hong Kong. Trainer Bruce Rieken for William Kennedy Jr. Number 7, Storm in Hong Kong, claimed Rieken Kennedy Jr. Now in the winner's circle, number 4, Kickin' and Sophia Barandella. The winning owner, Tom Abramson, and the winning trainer, Lynn Rarick. 4157 official. Pick 3, $43.50. The pick 5, $170.35. The exacta, $15.80. Trifecta, $33. Superfecta, $15 and change. 9-4 double, nearly $12. The 8th race has no scratches. We are 20 minutes from it. Seven for race 7, and they're racing on the wide side. Side Street Dave pops out of the gate very, very quickly, and kicking it 3.5 to 1, kicks up some early speed, and 4 and 8 dispute it. Storm in Hong Kong pinched and went back to last, and up top, Side Street Dave leads it by an inch. Then on the inside, American Union is overtaken by Roaming Union, and the Unions are in tow, trailing the top 2, but now Roaming Union aggressively splits them and makes it a line of 3. After that, Fiery Tail shoved on to the inside of Libertarian. Storm in Hong Kong, 15 lengths from the front. They're off the far turn under that beautiful cloud that's covering Shakopee, Minnesota. And the leader is kicking away by 2. It is kicking, opening up on American Union. After that, it is Libertarian circumnavigating into action to the outside of Side Street Dave. Fiery Tail saves ground, 5 out of it. Storm in Hong Kong is running on, but still far, far out of it. And chasing, kicking, American Union in second. After that, we come to Fiery Tail. It is kicking, kicking it in the winner's circle.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you to get you set now for the quarter horse dashes. We hit that pick 5, Ange. It didn't pay huge, but that's another example of the value at the track. You had the free space on the bingo card at 1 to 9 involved in that pick 5, and it still paid almost $200. So we continue to pump that up, and I hope people are understanding what a gift from the gods it is to have a 10% take on a wager like that.
Well, yeah, even if you line up those prices and not all of them were astronomical, some big favorites that you pointed out, like Scary at Canterbury, you still get a little bit more back for your buck. And well done on handing out that pick 5, even with the surface switch. Bravo.
Even with the surface switch that I didn't get in my PPs. We'll get into that later in the week.
Now, are the quarter horses going to be on the main track or are they on the turf?
You don't know. I mean, with the information that DRF has been handed from folks at our racing office, I'm still bitter about my PowerPoint tonight. I was told that was going to be a dirt race, end up on the turf, and I've got to move on. So we've got quarter horses here. We've got another heavy favorite, and you and I are both going to speak to this horse. But I mean, there is still a way to play this, right? Because I don't think the last 2 races are as formful, and so maybe you single this horse and spread a little bit in the last 2, because this one to me looks like a total standout. This 2 horse.
And see, I thought that it was more of a 2 horse race. I know that Relentless Flash is the horse to win. 3 to 5 is a bit lower than I even thought it would be, but Dangerous Empress does have some ability. Lost by less than a length in her debut, and doesn't have the 4 starts that Relentless Flash does. I really thought there was some upside with the 5 in here. She drifted in real bad, and she kind of ended up just a green third, but she still showed a little bit of pop out of the gate, and she does have just that 1 start to her. So there is some room for improvement with her. Relentless Flash, we kind of know what we're getting out of her. She does continue to improve, but now she cuts back to 250. She hasn't always been sharp out of the gate, and on June 23rd, when she was in a futurity trial, she didn't pop out of the gate at all. She didn't lose by much. She was well bet that day, but she's been well bet in both starts up here, or 2 of her starts up here at Canterbury. So I guess Relentless Flash and the 5, I would think, would be a little bit closer on the board by the time they get to the gate.
Yeah, the 5's the horse I fear for sure. I think the 2's a standout. I think the race experience matters. I think the fact that she's been in it all 3 times at Canterbury against some tougher fields. I mean, that last time was open company. Before that, you're talking about a stakes race and a trial race. So she's really shown to be the most talented horse in her. Now, if she doesn't get out of the gate, if there's a bump involved, the 5 would be the most logical winner. After that, now you're getting into more of a guessing game.
Right.
I think the 7's a little bit interesting at a price. The outside post, not too far out there. Bumped both sides last time, still only beating a length and change. I think the 7's sneaky here, Ange.
Yeah, she broke to her left. She straightened up, but there was a lot of bumping going on in her second start, that first one, or that second one up here at Canterbury. I mean, she ran a good, steady third, but she didn't really make much of a move forward. But a 2-year-old taking a bunch of bumps and having some adversity like that can naturally just pack it in and wait for another day. It was only her second start. She probably just didn't know what was going on. Now, we do have a new import, one that has not run at Canterbury, but in fact debuted down at Prairie Meadows, and we would be remiss if we did not mention an Ed Ross Hardy trainee in Jeff Madey's press box. So in looking back at that race, there was clipping heels, but it kind of looked like the horse actually kind of just ran next to that horse and stumbled. I didn't see much of a clip, but I didn't get as good of a view as the people that had the replays at their disposal. And he didn't really settle into stride very well. This horse is going to need to take a step forward, but comes back into State Bred company, and we'll see what he has to offer second time around. Did you factor this horse into anywhere?
I looked at the horse. I went back and like you, didn't see as much trouble as the running line just makes you feel like, holy cow, there was all this dramatic stuff. And yeah. I get it. It's a horse that can improve sharply because of the trainer. The horse that I thought might be a double-digit long shot to consider as I look at the board right now is the 1.
Okay.
I haven't seen a ton from this horse, but you know what? It looks like there's more there to offer. If you look at the bloodlines, I think this horse down the road could end up being a good thing. But I'll get back to what I said at the start. Maybe it's a 2-horse race, but I think the 2 is clearly the horse to beat. So I respect the 5, and the 5, if the 2 doesn't run her race, probably falls into a good spot. But in my pick 3, I'm going to single the 2. I'm going to spread in these last 2 legs and try to get a price.
Right, and looking at the payouts for the pick 3 and the double, perhaps they will not be as close on the board as I initially thought. Just caught a glimpse of those. Heavy favorite is the 2, Relentless Flash. You have 9 minutes to bet that pick 3 that Kevin Gorg talked about. He's heading over to bet it now. You have doubles, exactas, tries, and supers as well to pick from. 7 of them will go to the gate in this first of our 3 quarter horse races. A unanimous opinion on the 2, Relentless Flash.
They've reached the starting gate, and it's post time. Into the gate for the 8th, beginning the final pick 3 this beautiful Wednesday evening at Canterbury Park. El Galito to the inside of Relentless Flash, the heavy favorite. And now WTF Romeo, Just One Rose, and Ms. Streaking Eyes. They all set. And there they go. Relentless Flash, like a flash, puts 3 on the field effortlessly. Dangerous Express and WTF Romeo, left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Relentless Flash. Number 2, Relentless Flash first. 2-5 and a show photo. Canterbury Park would like to thank Think Minnesota Realty for sponsorship. ThinkMinnesota.com. Two, 5, 6, 1. And the 8th has gone official. The 9th race is the Wednesday penultimate. No scratches. Now entering the winner's circle, Relentless Flash and Edwin Escobedo. The winning owner, Tom Maher, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Relentless Flash is a 2-year-old black filly by He's Relentless from the Valiant Hero mare, Valiant Filly, bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Tom Maher. Race 9, 19 minutes from now. Set. And there you go. Relentless Flash, like a flash, puts 3 on the field effortlessly. Dangerous Express and WTF Romeo left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Relentless Flash.
Angela Herman with Kevin Gorg up here in the press box. Late daily double time. Favorite obliges in race 8. And we were just talking off the air. That race was literally over 2 jumps out of the gate. Like, that horse popped out to a 2-length lead, and it's like, good night.
Right, I know. Just had a lot of experience on her competition and had shown that kind of ability against stake sort of foes. So sometimes if it looks a little too good to be true, it is, and sometimes they run like that. So hopefully you cashed on that and keep your late pick 4s, pick 3s. Kevin's giant pick 3 is alive.
Got a lot of horses here. I spread this race. I actually used the 1, 3, 4, and 6. I was thinking about mixing the 5 in for Mikey Bollinger, and I might regret not having that horse because going back and handicapping with the Frinkster aboard, that horse has a shot.
Love that. Okay. Well, we end up on opposite sides of the same shed row. And I took Louis Blue, you took Stevie B, but having the day that you're having, I guess you have 5, debatably 6. Tell me why.
Well, I see that Cervantes gets off my horse to ride yours, and he's kind of the quote-unquote go-to rider looking at the numbers. But when they met head-to-head, I looked at Stevie B back, and it was the debut for Louis Blue back on June the 15th. This horse clearly was better, even though the horse ducked out at the start. Last time out had a horrendous trip. Bumped at the start, clipped into a foe. It was a clipping penalty. And when the 10-horse field never had a chance at 8-5. So I think this horse is the better of the 2. I think they're the 2 best on paper. But unlike last race, I do think this race is on the wide open side. I think there are a handful of horses that can win. Why do you like Louis Blue?
Well, I took Louis Blue because I thought he'd be a better price, and right now she is not, but she looks good down in the paddock. I saw a bigger step forward for her from start 1 to start 2. They opted not to go in the same trials that Stevie B did, but Louis Blue and he were working together, I would assume, on June 2nd. It's hard to get that exact of a time out of a gate workout. But I'm just looking for progress out of 2-year-olds at this time of year. The money for quarter horses is at 2. And Stevie B kind of seems to keep running the same race to me. And I thought that maybe Louis Blue could take a step forward and upset the group. Now she's 4-5, so no bargain there. And given the board as it is right now, I would have definitely leaned towards Stevie B, but I thought he'd be a really heavy favorite. Lupito at 9-2 is not a bad choice either. And you don't have him in your top 3. You have Rocking the World. Rocking the World is a cool horse. You're going to see him come up on the screen. Looks like somebody spackled paint all over him. And Lupito is kind of doing what he's done in his first few starts. He's getting a little warm and a little rambunctious in the paddock. Tell me why you like the 6.
I think the 6 has a finishing kick, and I think in a race like this where some of these horses are stretching out to 3:30, some have been going at a shorter distance, this horse has a little kick, and I'm a big Kelsey Haar fan. I just love what she's been able to do on both the thoroughbreds and the quarter horses this year, and this horse has had trouble in 2 of the 3 career starts, yet always seems to show up. Now, hesitated at the start in debut, which really he lost all chance. I like this horse to hit the ticket at a big number. So I think the 6 is a contender here. I'll stick with my 4 on top, Stevie B, but I think the 6 can get a piece of this at a large price.
That's fair. I don't think that price is going to last. But Lupito, if you are a fan of his, and I don't blame you at 9-2, keep an eye on him on the track, as this one has been a bit of a character in his first 3 starts. He looks a little warm down in the paddock. And I would say of the paddock horses, you got to look at them, I got to look at them. I like Louis Blue. I still like her just based on her appearance out there. She's going to need to take a step forward to beat Stevie B, but I think that the Brianna McDaniel horses are kind of the aces in our 9th race. They go 3:30 in 9 minutes. Win, play, show, exacta tri supers, and the final double of our Wednesday night card. Your even money favorite, Louis Blue. Few of us like him. Kevin goes against me with Stevie B. We find out in 9 minutes who's a winner for the first time.
It is now post time for the 9th. Stevie B, 8-5. Louis Blue, 2-1. Irish Laddie, last in line. They're set, and they're racing. Irish Laddie had anything but the luck of the Irish out of the gate. EOS Whiskey Girl looking to leave them punch drunk. JJ's Blue Moon right there outside rocking the world, but it is EOS Whiskey Girl, intoxicatingly good. Number 1, EOS Whiskey Girl first. It is 1-5-2-6. The 9th race, official, double 14-20, an upset-laden 9th. The pick 3 paid $62.15. That exacta 1-5, $49.90. And the 50-cent trifecta 152 paid $167.55. 10-cent superfecta $160. The 10th race is the lucky last. Number 1, Flinging Paint, is now ridden by Kelsey Haar. Now entering the winner's enclosure, EOS Whiskey Girl and Nick Goodwin, the winning owner, Corey Wilmus, and the winning trainer, Ed Ross Hardy. The victorious filly is the 2-year-old bay daughter of Apolitical Jess out of Saving Shirley. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Corey Wilmus. They're set. And they're racing. Irish Laddie had anything but the luck of the Irish out of the gate. EOS Whiskey Girl looking to leave them punch drunk. JJ's Blue Moon right there outside rocking the world. But it is EOS Whiskey Girl intoxicatingly good.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you for the lucky last. And when we promised prices somewhere along the way with the quarter horses, we thought race 9 was the most wide open. Ed Ross Hardy, Nick Goodwin, two of the all-timers with quarter horses at Canterbury, 10-1.
I know. It's quarter horses. Sometimes strange things happen.
Right.
And, she didn't have that much experience to her. They can take a step forward at any time. Like we talked about with 2-year-olds, it can happen at any point. They can figure it out, they can move forward, and they can do it at a price. Now we're on to race number 10, 12 minutes to post. You have a slight 2-1 favorite in Captivate This. I ended up with him on top. But you having the night that you have, I want you to take center stage first. You took this one's half-brother. Now, it's interesting because in quarter horses, embryo transfer and artificial insemination are allowed. In thoroughbreds, it's not. So we end up with half-brothers in Waiting on 8 and Captivate This by different sires. It's just something that only can happen in quarter horses. You like the inside one, though, Waiting on 8. Why?
Third time off the bench. Has kept fantastic company. I see a $220,000 stakes race in there. I see a horse that's, I think, sitting on an all-time peak effort. Third time back here at Canterbury, cutting back from 400 back to 350, which I think the horse will enjoy, especially if you look at the past performances in July the 27th, knocking heads with, I call, maybe a much better field. So on the cutback, third off the bench, listen, I was born at night. It wasn't last night. I understand that Olmsted's go-to guy is Escobedo. It's not hard to figure that out. But I'm going to try a little something off the beaten path, at least on the past performances. I don't understand how this horse is favored. I thought this horse would be twice the price of the 3. The 3 is clearly the horse to beat. So I'm going to try to – I was going to try to get creative, but it looks like the tote board doesn't allow me to do that as we see the 5 going out early. Yep. Take us through what you see.
Well, Captivate This is a horse that I liked since his maiden win down at Remington Park. I watched that. The trial after that, I mean, he got in behind horses. Big deal. It's fine. It was a Derby trial. You knock that one off his record. And then he came up here and broke extremely slow, clipped heels in the stretch, and he showed more of what he was made of in his next outing in a Derby trial. Captivate This really didn't make much of a move last time in the quarter horse derby, but Captivate This still has the ability at 350 to at least be in the mix. And looking inside and outside on this field, I just thought that Captivate This was in a pretty perfect spot. Maybe a little less distance than 400 will suit him well. He gets 350 here. But Flinging Paint on the inside is a horse who has run outstanding this entire meet. They've run him 5 times, and he's managed to get within a head of the win or win by a head or by a neck like he did last time. Flinging Paint, your thoughts? Big chance here at a big price. 9 career starts at Canterbury, 7 for 9 in the exacta. Keep that in mind when you're building those exotic tickets. Do note that Kelsey Haar gets the mount, and do note that a couple of our handicappers have this horse on top. So the Litza and the Oracle both have that horse on top. Very sneaky. I'm going to go 2, 3, and 1. I think I'm going to box the 1, 2, and 3 in a trifecta and try to house all the cash. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that. But if you like the 2, you get an 8 to 5 right now with 9 minutes to post. That's it. That's the end of our Wednesday card. We'll join you again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Kevin Gorg is extremely excited. On behalf of him, myself, Jeff Madej, all of us up in the press box, good luck in the last. We'll see you tomorrow at 5.
Last one.
It's post time for the 10th race. Ms. Kathy has gone in, and now Tommy Guns.
Hello, guys. That was fine. All right, we're walking in now.
Tommy Guns in, ready to close up Wednesday. And away they go. Pretty good start for all save Flinging Paint. And waiting on 8. Pops out beautifully. Captivate This from the center, traveling beautifully with Tommy Guns on the outside. Ms. make that Captivate This quite captivating at 3-2.
Crowd mic.
The 10th race is official. Exact of $4.80. Final pick 4 paid $226.75. The final pick 3 paid $25.90. The trifecta on race 10, $6 and change. Superfecta $3. Up to the winner's enclosure, Captivate This and Edwin Escobedo. The winning owner, Brenda Reiswig, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Racing resumes tomorrow shortly after 5 o'clock. Check out our website, CanterburyPark.com, to save money on admission. For our TV department, our management team, and those of us here in the Dark Star press box, thank you for watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury Park, whether here in Shakopee or from abroad. If you are leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And away they go. Pretty good start for all, save flinging paint. And waiting on 8. Pops out beautifully. Captivate This from the center, traveling beautifully with Tommy Guns on the outside. Miz make that Captivate This quite captivating at 3-2.